Good evening, everybody. I am going to be playing a game which I've been really looking forward to playing again, and I actually found out a little bit of news when I was looking to um, you just kind of find out what was different. So when I went to the Steam page for this, or well, the not the Steam page, but the page inside of my library, there was an announcement on March the 29th. I'll read it in full. Hey everyone, the next update is going to be a big one, so we're pushing its release to the second half of May. This means more features, more content, and most importantly, Godless leaves early access with this update. Here's a taste of what awaits. Act 4, rise to the challenge, ascend the world peak and confront the source of the god's demise. Embrace the chaos with anomalies, warp your runs with customizable passive effects, bigger continents, why not? Mixed acts, let's get weird, random skills, embrace the madness. A bounty of new content, new skills, talents, fearsome foes, mysterious shrines. The world of Godless keeps expanding. And rebalance for maximum thrills. Skills and enemy modifiers get a makeover. We're ditching the purposeful counter strategies and doubling down on exciting challenges and a whole lot more. We want your voice to share this epic last early access update. Join the Brace Yourself Discord and give your feedback directly to us. Thank you very much for stopping by. Kieran, I know you have work, but I always appreciate you saying hi. So, I mean, obviously, this game is not going to be putting its development on pause because I'm not streaming it. And the thing that I always feel a little bad about whenever it comes to the Wednesday streams in particular, I more or less want to dedicate it to Brace Yourself games, but even focusing on Brace Yourself games, there's a lot in there, right? Especially with Phantom Brigade getting fairly regular updates. So Godless is one, I believe it is the first one that Brace Yourself released under its publishing label, Brace Yourself Publishing. And it's by a game developer named, I believe it's Daniil Kalupa. I may be pronouncing the name incorrectly. But I always get the impression, like when you see a game which is a quote-unquote first game, what is lying behind that is, you know, a lot of effort that maybe you just can't find online. I believe some iteration of this game had a Kickstarter at some point, and it has its home now with Brace Yourself Games, and it's one thing that's actually been really encouraging to see. If you go into the Discord, you will see that the developer behind this game is very active, very receptive to feedback. And in fact, it is one thing that I feel like I've sort of missed out a bit on by not playing, by not playing as regularly as I can. And unfortunately, that's just the cost of sort of having a life outside of streaming and, doing 3 days a week and having one day in which a very active developer and publisher keeps releasing new updates to things. So I certainly wish that I'd been playing this more, but it also means that with all of the updates that have been coming in, it's a little bit like playing the game, brand new game all over again. So obviously this roadmap has changed, but let's read it anyway. Thank you for playing Godless in early access. This game is still in development, and we are planning to add a lot of content and cool features on a regular basis. Let us know on the Steam forums if you'd like to see something in particular added to the game. So there's much more to this roadmap that, since we've played, but I will accept what I've seen here. So in September, upgraded gems, shrine types, shrine perks, skills, and rituals. November, double ascension, crossroads, bosses, shrine type, and difficulty level. And then, as mentioned before, Act 4 unlocks. The game exits early access, and overall, we get to see new goodies. So I will say I was given a key. Because it's been a while, it's worth mentioning that I was given a key from Brace Yourself Publishing. I will say it's never good to focus too much on this sort of stuff, but I did just want to highlight when I take a look at the review count, I would say relative to the quality of the game, you would normally expect to see a larger number of reviews, and it may be that some people are just sort of sitting on the fence for the early access period. But I do want to stress this is a very interesting game to me personally because I had tried Auto Battler before, and they really weren't for me. It is, I think, a style of game that runs counter to my inclinations. because I tend to like, if anything, I micromanage. And I'm sort of okay with a MOBA because ultimately you are controlling one character in an environment where, normally it would be a real-time strategy game. You'd kind of control all the units, and it's sort of distilled down to this one uniquely powerful character in an environment where so many other autonomous things are battling. But in the case of the auto battler, of which Godless is sort of a variation on, it's maybe one step too far in terms of removing control for me, which is kind of funny because, I do like strategy, and you would think that this would be a good example of, a new approach to strategy. But Godless is actually the game that allowed me to really appreciate this genre in a way that the really popular titles maybe didn't. So like I played a lot of Dota 2. You'd think Dota Underlords would be the one to sort of unlock it for me, but in fact it was the opposite. It was one where I sort of said, not only do I not want to try this for much longer, but I really don't feel like I'm going to go back to Dota anytime soon. Never tried Teamfight Tactics. In this case here, it's largely one that I've overlooked, despite it being a really, really popular and kind of, I guess it's calmed down a little bit, but yeah, so there's something kind of special, in my opinion at least, there's something kind of special about being able to play a game where you go from like, I'm not really someone who likes X, Y, or Z, and instead you play something, you're like, oh, I get what people like about this now. And you never know what game it's going to be, but I suppose indies are always a good place to look for those, because in the end, it's kind of weird to think about an indie game that has a publisher, but certainly Brace Yourself is indie, so I feel it's still appropriate to call this indie. But one way or another, this is a game which I have a particular fondness for, specifically because of what it showed me. I think it's always kind of a special moment whenever you play a game and it shows you that gaming is bigger than maybe what you originally thought. You don't always get that opportunity, and it's something that I definitely cherish whenever I see those opportunities. But number two, again, I don't really want to highlight this fact, but it's worth saying, this is quite an inexpensive game. It's in terms of Canadian dollars, it's $12.99. So from a pure, obviously games on Steam have their return windows and all of that, but from a pure, like, let's just see what this thing is kind of perspective, I think there's a lot of value added here, just in terms of, what your expectations on a $12 Canadian game is relative to what comes out. Although again, money's maybe not always the best way of measuring these things. So anyways, I don't know if that was a good introduction to the game, but it's definitely the reason why I'm quite interested in this. So this game is a roguelike in the sense that you kind of have this persistent, there's this persistence in terms of the upgrades that you can do. I'm currently sitting on 1,316 from my previous playthroughs. So we've got Enhanced Stone, which will add to the Shrine starting health. That seems pretty tempting. An Ether Burst, start each run with more Ether. Divine Inspiration adds +1/+1 to allies every 9 turns. Okay, so this is kind of tempting just because it makes my people stronger, but visual customization, look, I'm not going to say no, but maybe I need to stop getting beaten up before I consider that. Mystical Power, this boon is inactive, upgrade it to seize its benefits, start each run with one random spark of creation. Okay, I can live with that. I've actually kind of like building a strategy around. Olaf, wonderful to see you again. How are you doing, my friend? Giant Slayer adds 10 to the Shrine's health after defeating a boss. I can get another 5 if I go for that. Stored energy. Free attempts to recreate continents. Enlightenment, choose a scroll at the start of each run. Mana Reservoir adds mana on the first turn. We've got rituals already. We've got skill mastery already. Okay, so these bottom ones are here. So Divine Inspiration is a mighty tempting one, although we don't have the resources for it. We could try and get more health after defeating a boss. However, there aren't that many bosses. I guess if there's 4 acts, there's four bosses. So realistically, the maximum that we can get out of Giant Slayer would be 20 health. Now that's not nothing, but perhaps there's something else that we can try with these resources that we have. I almost never use scrolls, so this one feels like it would be wasted. And again, I tend not to reuse continents and such, re-roll continents. I definitely like, so some of the selections that I've made here reflect preferences so far as, like, in some cases I like to roll with the punches in these games, so I don't really pay up for certain bonuses. Oh, Places of Power had +2 mana instead of 1. That would be tempting, but again, it's 1500. You know, a little extra 5 health for 400. I think I can live with that. I can't remember what Ether does. So I guess the question is, do I save or do I spend it all? Again, I wouldn't say no to Giant Slayer, which is probably practically my most... I'm doing all right, except for the... I'm just very tired. I kind of started the week without enough sleep, and it's kind of continued on that way. But I'm doing my best to try and keep the energy up. And I do want to get my writing in tonight, but I think immediately after the stream I might turn in. Okay, so we've got our upgrades. So there's the base shrine here. We have... Oh! I should have paid attention to being able to unlock more shrines. I completely forgot about that. All right, well, this gives us a reason to buy some more. So we've got the standard immobile shrine, 60 health. We can go for the magma shrine, same health, can move and attack, starts each battle with 6 attack. Not enough experience for the blood and the druidic shrine. And finally, we have got the corrupted shrine. Start each battle with 2 shrines. The health splits equally between them. So this is a really interesting one. This can go absolutely bananas, or this can go, or this can be a bit of a disaster. I think because I'm coming back to this game after a while, and certainly there've been a lot of updates, let's go for the basic shrine, and we'll sort of work our way up. We've got to work our way up to our old mastery. Hint, you can create a tile over another one to replace it. Use this to adjust the battlefield to your strategy. So no marker, no effect. Auxiliary skills, portal, relocate an ally to an adjacent hex or swap it with an adjacent ally. I can pick an alternative. This is Blazing Soul, kill an ally to add their attack to another ally. Interesting. Okay. So let's see what our options are here. So Great Sacrifice, kill an ally to refund its mana cost, usable once per turn. Interesting. Deep Freeze, add +1/+2 to any ally and freeze them until the next turn. Blazing Soul, kill an ally to add their attack to another ally. So we've already got that one. So instead of Portal, let's do Deep Freeze. And now the question here, so do I want to go into hard right away? Do I want to start with easy? We get 105% in terms of experience if we go all the way. You know what? Fail early, fail often. Let's see how far we can go on hard. The Ruins of Nalcene. Choose skills. Okay, so we've got Swordsman. On attack deals double damage if the unit is weaker. Bloodlord gains +2/+1 whenever an adjacent unit dies. That that actually works rather well with that skill that I have. And Furious Brute on attack pushes sorry, on attack pushes target every second attack. So I do like the high defensibility. So it's a tough call here with the Swordsman or the Bloodlord. I think I'm going to start with the Swordsman, one, because their stats are a bit higher, but second of all, the idea that it does double damage if the target is weaker. I believe if we right-click, it'll say a unit with less attack than this one. So if we can get another unit to augment its attack, it's very likely that it will wind up doing a lot more double damage. So up next, we've got the training camp, adds +2 attack to the ally on this tile. So again, that works well with the Swordsman. Well of Souls resurrects any units that die here with 1 health, works once per unit. And the Blade Master, whenever enemies enter adjacent hexes, this unit's attack is doubled. So this is another example of something that I might be willing to sacrifice. I think I'm going to go for the training camp just because this is kind of helpful, but I do feel bad that I'm not taking the Blade Master. And then finally, we've got the Orc Warlord, adds this unit's attack to all adjacent allies. The Plague Boar, on death, applies poison to adjacent enemies. And the Arena swaps the attack and health of the entering allies. So I think for this one, I'm going to go for the Orc Warlord. Alright, the Kingdoms of the First Alliance. So, Elvish Refuge. When the sacred woods were being scorched by the gods, no one gave aid to the elves. Yet, the Elvish Emperors still chose forgiveness and compassion, restoring trade routes for the sake of those who survived. So we have a Battle Sorceress able to teleport to the shrine. A Rune Master summons phantoms on ancient runes and places of power. The Archdruid deals damage to all enemies on forests. And Meteor Shower destroys most tiles on the continent, so this might work well for me when it comes to the forests, but we'll see. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Now, this is quite the pickle as far as tile placement goes. So any forests are immediately beside enemy units. That's no good. What's this? Elvish Temple deals 4 damage to all non-adjacent units. Wow. This is very tricky. Okay. So I'm going to put the shrine down here. And there should be a preview of the next turn. Okay, so Swordsman moves first, and then this unit's going to retaliate. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put down the training camp. Um, 4 damage, so I'm only going to get a couple turns out of this. Okay, so if I put down the Orc Warlord... Okay, I'm reasonably happy with this. Oh, so it has to attack to be able to do the extra boost. All right. A bit of a shame, so I'm gonna pass over the turn because obviously this swordsman's not long for this world. An enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are able to decide their fate. So we can create a loyal village, adds +4 health to allies summoned on this tile, or transfer soul, summon a 2/2 copy of an ally on an adjacent hex. Tough call. It's hard to see how a 2/2 does well with the Elvish Temple nearby, so let's go for a loyal village. Put one of these down. And with that, I can put down another swordsman. Okay. It's tempting to put down a... Actually, what about these special... Yes. Okay, so if we use Blazing Soul on this unit... I'd be tempted to try and freeze it too, but I just know that's not going to happen. So that's going to be enough to take out this unit. I think I'm going to end the turn, because eventually I'm going to have to sacrifice this into another swordsman. Wave of enemies has been defeated. Select a powerful ritual as a reward. So, a Sigil of Death, create a random harmful tile. Sigil of Life, create a random beneficial tile, or copy a traversable tile on all adjacent hexes. So normally here, what I would want to do is... I would want to put the forests down, but because we've got an Archdruid, I imagine that would actually create problems for me. So I could skip... I think I'm going to skip here, actually. And an enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. So we can kill and duel, add +1 attack to an ally. They attack an enemy immediately if possible. Tempting, but unfortunately we don't have any adjacency. That would have been great for the druid. Alternatively, we can summon a cursed spirit. Well, you know what? Kill and duel anyway. And let's say... Alright, I'm a little concerned that the summoned unit is going to provoke the sorcerer. Actually, yeah, you know what? This is a tough call. So if I take the swordsman down here, they're probably going to move on turn 2. And if they move up like this, then the sorceress is going to wind up attacking them. And by attacking them, that brings the sorceress closer to the shrine. I'm going to resist the temptation, and I'm just going to end the turn here. Okay, an enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. Grant a morale boost on an ally, or deal 5 damage to any unit. If they die, you get +1 mana. I'm going to settle for this morale boost, although I'm not expecting miracles. So that should be enough to take out that unit in one turn. Okay, we can surround the shrine with rock walls. Quite tempting, but we have some friendly tiles. Double the speed reward. Let's do Precious Time. And an enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. Soothe before death, add 6 health, randomly split among all allies, or kill in a duel, add +1. Yeah, we'll settle for kill in a duel. Now this is going to get a bit awkward, actually. Nope, we're good. They're not going to get affected by the temple. Let's do Bury, although I don't think that will count for much. So I don't recall if transferred attack stays on the shrine. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to do a deep freeze on the shrine, because we know the battle's over as soon as this unit takes on the sorceress. Okay, so for our effort, we got... we could choose the Ferocious Bear. When adjacent units gain health, add +1 attack to this unit. So start small, but definitely is one of these things that can get some momentum. Raise the Dead resurrects the last ally that died, and negative energy when you get +1 mana, but the shrine... Okay, let's do Raise the Dead. So we get 120 ether, plus 30 for the speed rewards, a spark of nature, extra health for the speed rewards, and fire energy. That was a pretty good start for us. Alright, Magic Tempest increases the number of swamp tiles, and enemies' attacks deal +4 damage to units with higher health. That is going to be a challenge. Okay, we've got a Sanctuary, acquire a passive perk for the Shrine. The Chamber, acquire talents using elemental energies. I'm going to settle for the Sanctuary. So the Shrine gains defense +1. This unit receives 1 less damage from attacks for each defense stack. Unwavering Faith. Upon summoning the Shrine, it gains, 2 health for each adjacent tile. So basically, if you... I actually like the fact they call this Unwavering Faith. So the idea here is if you don't go to the edge, you get extra health. And Rune of Power adds +3 attack to the Shrine whenever an enemy enters an adjacent hex. Ooh. Let's try that. Nope. Adds 15% of the Shrine's health to Ether at the end. Let's do Divine Protection. Antarda's last ruler was one of the cruelest kings in history, and after his fall, not a single mourner was seen. So the waves we're dealing with Archdruid, so again, they'll do damage to us if we're in the forest. There will also be one in the final turn to cause us some grief. We've got an Enslaved Ogre, deals damage to all adjacent enemies. There's going to be 2 more of those showing up in the enemy waves. And finally, a Sage, gains an extra attack and health on move. And we already talked about the Archdruid, so let's see what we're up against. I expect this will be a considerably more challenging battle for us, but... Grim. Alright. I'm quite content to limit access. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. I take a swordsman. Ooh. I hope the math for this works out. Oh, you fool! So I either need to put training down... Three damage, good lord. So the problem here, yeah, the math doesn't quite work on this. I can mitigate a little bit of the damage, but then I just kick the can down the road. So I don't really see a way that I can boost my ally doing this. Let's see how it goes. Okay. So this would normally be the point where I try and kill the unit for the bonus attack. I think I will do that, but what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to put it on the shrine. And then I suppose I have to settle with a training camp here instead. Okay, so I'll wait the turn for this unit to move in, and then next turn we'll bring in a swordsman. Oh, that's a pity. So now I'm going to move on something that damages me. The Loyal Village might be more tempting here. So no matter what, this unit gets killed. So the temptation here is to put down the Orc Warlord, because I'll actually make the shrine stronger. Okay, get interesting. So we can create 2 Gales, summon an illusion next to an ally, or create a cursed arena. Swaps the attack and health of any entering units. Interesting. Do soothe before death. I don't know. I actually think this unit might get taken out before I can do anything with it. Well, let's see how this turn goes. So this unit will do 4 damage, and then when it moves, it's going to do... Oh no, on attack deals 4 damage. Okay, so these things work different. They don't do damage when they enter a tile. The catch is that I still think... Jesus. I'm just trying to think, how do I create a situation in which the... I'm trying to think how I make a situation in which I can start passing on some of the attack to the swordsman. 'Cause I'm really screwing that up right now. So one thing I could do... I'll put down the training camp, because I know we're going to be fighting for a little bit in here. Okay, it does do damage on a move. Well, it's a shame to let a good... Well, no, because that's going to do extra damage because I have higher health. But what's my alternative? Just sit and wait? Okay. I'll end the turn. So again, would have been nice to transfer some of that health, but... Okay, so I'm going to put the swordsman down here. Now, we should only be taking the 4 damage from the ogre attack. I could even freeze it for for 2 more damage, but I don't think that push... Like, it's still going to be over in 2 turns. Never mind. Oh, I got lucky there. Okay. So let's see if we can extend things for a little bit longer, because now I can start eating my units. Maybe not. But we are going to take this unit out. So end the turn. Oh, good God. Sets a forest on fire. The fire will continue to spread or create a random beneficial tile. Hey, how are we doing? Sorry, Prosciutto Fist. I didn't see you before. What a godless individual. Despicable. Godless is God more. Very good to see you. Guys, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure Prosciutto Fist is the only... Well, sorry, no, Olaf is here, but... Prosciutto Fist is an absolute delight on stream. I was actually watching her stream Resident Evil 4, and then unfortunately she broke my heart by saying that she doesn't like games in space. But she's very entertaining, so I'll still hang out despite that. But no, Prosciutto Fist is a real gem of a streamer. Somebody who, like, there's lots of people who I enjoy watching and sort of catching casually, but like I've noticed Pro is actually one of the people who, when I'm on my way to bed and if I see that she's on, I will almost certainly like push the bedtime a little bit later. And that's definitely what happened yesterday. So for those of you who think that I'm very fuzzy, it's all her fault. But anyways, no, Pro is a really, really fantastic streamer, somebody who is slowly rising up and working towards partnership. So it's definitely worth supporting in that right. But I don't know if it's just a born entertainer or happens to have a particular knack for just having the right line or the right expression at a given moment. You don't want futuristic vibes. Dystopia makes you sad. Well, not every science fiction is a dystopia, though. So now I know. We just need to get you the right science fiction. But no, Pro is an absolute gem of a streamer. I have been really enjoying her doing some very mainstream games. So she's done Baldur's Gate 3 and is actually currently doing Baldur's Gate 3 with another streamer who's a moderator of hers, Viridian, and also her friend Megan, also known as Megimu. Solfea, another wonderful streamer. And Stardew Valley. These are two that she's done recently and well. And of course I mentioned Resident Evil, which I'm sure a number of you who saw Dead Space on Monday would like. But I will actually say that Pro has that lovely little niche of also introducing games that I'm interested in. So while I've trolled everyone about playing Stardew Valley and I've never delivered it, I've also watched her play Sunhaven, which has been a lot of fun to watch. So just, again, somebody who is multi-talented, very friendly, very talented streamer, but also makes these lovely dice bags and other creations on the Etsy store. Somebody who I would be envious of if not for the fact that she's just too nice. So how could you feel negative things? But anyways, sci-fi feels cold, fantasies. Okay, every nice thing I just said about Prosciutto Fist, take those, throw them out the window. She has disrespected milady sci-fi. No, that's fine. We'll show you the good sci-fi. There is actually, I don't know if you'll be in the stream for it. It may not sufficiently interest you, but there is a story for a game called Starflight. It has got such a good twist at the end. It is one that I feel one is at least compelled to acknowledge the twist. Oh, I'd be interested in hearing the sci-fi that you do like. But while we're doing that, I know I'm taking my time to make this choice here, but I am not going to miss the opportunity to shout out Solfea, who's been much more generous with her attention on my channel than than vice versa. She's been definitely she's been in my place more often than I've been in hers, but this is largely a function of my new job. But Solfea is a wonderful Australian broadcaster, often streams with a cat cam, so there you go. Oh yeah, I also didn't mention Prosciutto Fist's lovely dog, Zagreus. But we've got Solfea, who when I last saw you, you actually had the just chatting tag up, but it looked like I thought you had a game? I'm probably misinterpreting one or the other. But I frequently joke about how Solfea is an exclusive My Time at Sandrock streamer, because that just happens to be like the only thing that I see. But I also know that she has in fact played other games, and in fact was the first one to introduce me to Words on Stream. So there's a couple of things that are really cool about Solfea's stream. One is just, again, the attitude, the environment. Solfea was actually is a mod for Dendrian, who's another broadcaster. And, just very fun and nice to hang out in chat with. That's always just catting started that. Oh, okay, that explains so much more. All right, it's all coming together now. Just catting is a thing. All right. All right. But anyways, so the atmosphere is very nice, or as Pro would put it, the vibes. But one of the things that I think is kind of interesting, I don't know whether or not this is just the type of people that Solfea hangs out with, or it's just turned out that way, but there's quite a few streamers that hang out in Solfea's channel. It's easy to see why, right? It's a nice, relaxed place. Everybody kind of chats and has fun. But whether they are names or whether they're, just people who, have their channel, Solfea is definitely a nice, supportive broadcaster and a lot of fun to hang out with. So those are two lovely streamers, and two that will work well for people in the different time zones. Solfea is definitely one of the ones who I feel better if I happen to see her streaming when I'm finishing, and I realize that is not often the case. It's one of the people I feel safest hosting at the end of a stream, just sort of knowing that they'll be in the hands of a good streamer. And you seem to stream for quite a long time. Like, there have been a couple of times when I'm getting ready in the morning to go to work and I see that you're still going. But on top of that, Prosciutto Fist, who again really just seems to have that tremendous talent for entertaining. And again, it's not just the expressions. Sorry to make you self-conscious about that. But just in terms of dialogue and actually, you do not make him feel safe. No, it's the lack of sci-fi appreciation. No, it just happens to be that we're in similar time zones, so I always am a little worried that you'll be wrapping up before I finish. If you are streaming when you go to bed and when you get up, you need more sleep. I agree, but that's not going to be happening tonight. Oh, okay. That does tell me something, actually. Also, actually, I was going to say, Prosciutto Fist, sorry to bring this back to the shout-out from before, but I do want to mention that Pro was actually the laboratory in which I made a new bit. So some of you will know that I perhaps behave like a different person in Twitch chat than I do on stream, or alternatively, maybe the nice guy act is something that I can only sustain 3 streams a week. But I've started this thing where I ask questions from the All Souls entrance examination, and what was actually very fun about it was Pro was not having any of it. She absolutely batted back every single question with real answers. So maybe if you're all feeling, I don't know, for those of you who are feeling like you want to handle some spicy questions, I'm happy to bring those up. We can do that as an intermission. But anyways, like I said, 2 wonderful streamers. I highly recommend following both, but not just following both, watching both, because I know people like to say follows are free, but you should definitely check them out. They gave absolutely the best answers. They worship me at All Souls. All Souls College is the original Souls Lake. All right, so we can set a forest on fire. We can create a random beneficial tile, or we can create a cursed arena. Let's do a random beneficial tile. Where do I want to put this random beneficial tile? Nowhere I'll actually make use of it. An enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. So we can burn on a funeral pyre and grant a morale boost, or create a loyal village. I think I'm going to get the morale boost for the swordsman. Now this is going to get a bit awkward. Crumbs. I'm gonna throw the swordsman in front. Let's see how this goes. So they're not gonna be able to kill either one. Ooh. Okay, so obviously this unit has the higher health, has a higher health. So let's sacrifice this unit to this one. Also, they have the morale boost, so they're going to be boosting their attack. So, like, obviously this unit's toast. Oh, Jesus. Alright, so how do I handle this? Burn on the funeral pyre. Oh. I'm trying to think of the right way to do this. So if I move in here, they do 5 damage. So I'm trying to work out this whole, like, how do I sacrifice to get the most out of the swordsman? If this unit moves, then they're going to do 5 damage by virtue of their move. So that's again if I do the freeze, and I don't think. Let me just double check what freeze does. Frozen units cannot move, but can attack and use abilities. Okay. Well, you know what? Actually, no, we kill this guy. Never mind. Or maybe we don't. So he gets an attack on us, but we get an attack this turn. Because he does double damage. Now, I'm going to be really curious to see if this 30 damage from on my shrine passes over into the next one. We also didn't get the time bonus, I don't think. All right, so Elementalist 1/6. Each turn adds 1 health to all adjacent allies and deals 5 damage to all adjacent enemies. So I seem to remember I used to surround my shrine with these things and like boost my health that way. We could do the Orc Shaman. All adjacent allies attack enemies immediately if possible, or we get a free Spark of Fire. I think I'm going to go for the Elementalist. I don't think I'll use it because the Swordsman's just a little too useful for me, but... Okay. So we know we get a Forge. I'm going to settle for the Sanctuary because these passive bonuses are definitely quite helpful. I used to have a spreadsheet, but you know what? Let's... we'll do it live. Oh, I already have a nature one. So nature and... nature and what? Nature and fire? So Crystal Amulet adds +1, +1/+4 to this unit on summon. I am curious if I do it the other way around. On battle start, creates 2 copies of this tile on chosen hexes. Interesting. Yeah, let's see what... I'll apply that to the Swordsman. If anybody has any questions about how the game works, by the way, I am happy to... try and explain as best as I can. We're about to do a boss fight, which might take me out. Okay, so Rune of Power adds +6 to attack to the shrine. Excuse me. Whenever an enemy enters an adjacent hex, we already get +3. Unwavering Faith, upon summoning the shrine, it gets +2 health for each adjacent tile. And Master's Presence adds +1/+1 to allies summoned next to the shrine. Let's do Master's Presence, because we've definitely had some summons in close proximity. Okay, Broken Island. The first and only negotiations between gods and mortals took place here. Common wisdom holds that the land was whole before that. And I don't think I've fought Orion Steelhoof. Limits attack of the enemies and summons dire wolves. Oh. Heavy armor. Enemies can only receive up to 10 damage from a single attack. So that blunts my approach to this swordsman. Interesting. Only 114 damage. Okay. I don't feel I can really sit beside the volcano. That's just how I'm gonna perish. So if I go into the forest here, I don't need to worry about the oh, hang on. The Elvish Temple, right. Holy hell. Oh my god, this is the worst start ever. Okay, so the problem here is that if I move on the Elvish Temple, then I have the Direwolf and Orion Steelhoof beating me up. If I stay away from the Elvish Temple, every 4 turns I take 4 damage. I guess the nice thing here is that the forest gives me +2 health each turn, so I still net a higher amount. But yeah, this is going to be character building. Okay, and I don't keep my attack. That's good to know. So, I have some ideas, so we'll start beside the ancient rune. And now I wait. On move sets attack of all adjacent units to 4. So I kind of want this unit to not move. Oh Jesus, they get a direwolf every 2 turns. I didn't notice that. So essentially, my swordsmen, I want to reduce them basically down to 5 damage each turn. Anything else is wasteful. Alright, these 2 are fine. In fact, I'm slightly tempted here to freeze. No, we'll end the turn. Okay, now I want to be careful about the moves that these guys are making, so I'm going to take damage. I'm going to take damage from a volcano. Now, what worries me here is if I do a deep freeze on this unit, so I'm going to keep them in place, which is good, but I'm not so sure where this unit winds up going. So I think one temptation I have is to put down the Elementalist here. I can definitely live with that. Ah! Okay, this is gonna get a little awkward, but I'm gonna Blazing Soul the Elementalist. Yeah. Alright then. So this is pretty good, actually. Oh, maybe not. So we get to move in. It's just not clear if he's going to damage the boss, which is what I want, or if he's going to damage the wolf, which is not so good for me. Let's see how it goes. Alright, that's not so good. So I expect this unit's going to get taken out. The question is, do I want to try and translate that damage? So this damage already is going to max out on Orion. So presumably the volcano will take out this unit before anything else happens. So one thing I could do to preserve it, I'm going to freeze him because he should be able to do, he'll survive the volcano attack. He'll do 5 damage as his ability, and then he should attack Orion. So that should be a total of 10 damage that we do on this turn. Of course, he replies, so... This is really going to sting when it comes to my my shrine, but there's not a lot that I can do to stop that. The other problem is now my my swordsmen aren't as effective. So they don't do the double damage against Orion. But I'm just gonna have to accept that at this point. Effectively, I get 1 summon per turn. Sorry, every 2 turns at this point. Okay, this is gonna suck. Yeah, I should have thought about how that was gonna work out. So I only get 5 turns against this thing, and I need more than 5 to take it out. So I think this is GG. I don't see how I can survive this. Holy hell. This is an absolute Hail Mary that I'm trying here. So the idea is that I summon a swordsman that's going to attack the direwolf, and as this unit's attacking my shrine, the swordsman will attack Orion. Anything else and I lose. Oh, that's right, I don't even do 10 damage because of the... yeah. It's not looking good. Stop! I get 2 more turns, but I don't think it's gonna mean anything. Yeah, so unless I can somehow pull out 17 damage, let's see, 9, he takes 3, so that's, oh man, that is actually really upsetting. So when I take a look at this, so he's going to take 3 damage from the swamp, so he's down to 14. With the 8, that would take him down to 6. And with the Elementalist, well, what's the order in which this stuff... There is an outside chance that this might actually work. Oh. Nope. No, my god, by 1 damage. If I'd been paying attention to that temple. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. 2 continents destroyed. 24 units and tiles created. 1 gem crafted. 120 for the speed reward. And we got 838. So let's see if we can get something in the library. Actually, we're kind of in the same spot I was at the start of the stream. Didn't really use my ether. Let's do Giant Slayer. Because I feel like I need to let my stationary shrine... I'll practice with my stationary shrine again. So what I'm going to try here, we started off with hard, so let's do normal for each of the continents. And so the idea is that if I am defeated on a continent, I'll move the difficulty down. And if I succeed on a continent, I'll move the difficulty up. That's going to be how I approach the game. I actually kind of liked how... actually, you know what? What if I did Great Sacrifice and Blazing Soul? No, that wouldn't quite work. I think we're going to do the same combo as last time. That was fun, though. This is definitely a good reminder of why I really like this game. Like I said, it's... Oh. We might have encountered a bug. There we go. Okay, so we've got a plant warrior. These guys are super cute. Applies poison to a target. Bloodlord gains +2/+1 whenever an adjacent unit dies, or sword. You know, swordsman's definitely the backbone of my army. Now, we didn't really use the orc warlord that much, and a plague boar. Yeah, I actually kind of like the idea of a plague boar in the army, knowing that we're going to be going up against this armored enemy. Carnivorous Flower, when adjacent enemies receive damage, applies 1 poison to them. Cursed Spirit, on death, all adjacent enemies lose 1 attack. Let's go for the Carnivorous Flower. So lots of summons. Alright, the Kingdoms of the First Alliance, the Elvish Refuge. When the sacred woods were being scorched by the gods, no one gave aid to the elves, yet the Elvish Emperor still chose forgiveness and compassion, restoring trade routes for the sake of those who survived. So remember how we put our shrine in a forest for the extra health? That would be a very bad idea with 3 archdruids. Or probably archdruids is the proper term. What is this madness? Abandoned tower on enter triggers on enter effects of all adjacent tiles. Oh. Wait, that's each turn. That's not on enter. So this fella's going to do 3 damage to all enemies on forests each turn. So if I put the shrine here, then essentially the enemies are potentially healing themselves while I fight. This would be tempting. I'm a little worried that it's too close to an enemy, but... And I'd kind of like the idea of something close to a place of power just so I can get the extra mana, but there's a lot of things I would like. So I'm going to settle for the shrine here in hopes that we create some swampy madness for our enemies. That should actually... that's not quite enough to kill the... not quite enough to kill this unit, but if I give him... Oh, actually, no. Doesn't need to be complicated. So we know this guy's going to get taken out. We're also going to be able to buy some time to be able to upgrade the swordsman even further. An enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. I'm tempted to soothe before death. I'm not too upset that most of this went to the swordsman, to be honest. Okay, so if I put this guy down, we know this unit's moving in here. So I'm going to start by putting the swordsman... here. So there's a bit of a plan behind this. Oh God. There used to be a plan behind this. I'm a little mad that that didn't work, actually. So I was hoping that this unit would move down and we'd be able to fight the ogre. Okay. So this unit's going to be my champion, so let's eat this one. I don't have the mana for the rest. Yeah, so my shrine's going to wind up taking some damage, sadly. I'm just gonna stay put. We'll try Precious Time, although I'm certainly cutting it close. Exile, add +3/+7 to an ally. All enemy units on the next continent will have +1/+1. I am famous for my poor decisions. Okay, so we're gonna boost this unit for reasons that won't be entirely obvious at the start. I'm just gonna stay the course right now because I need an idea of how much damage this unit's gonna take going through the woods. Effectively, I'm preserving the option of eating one of these units. Okay, we are in good shape, so I'm actually going to bring a friend. That was not the expected result. It doesn't matter though, like we've got what we needed. We'll make it to the next turn. Forest fire. Set a forest on fire. The fire will continue to spread. Energy exchange. Swap the places of 2 units or tangible mirage. Copy all traversable tiles on all adjacent hexes. Let's do... I'm a little tempted to do forest fires, but I'm actually going to skip. Okay, can't pick that one. Let's destroy that tile. Okay. So I need something to do some damage to this Archdruid. I think I'm just going to settle for another swordsman here. And yes, I have the option of eating... actually, you know what? this would not be a bad combo. They had a lot of health, but this will be more effective in taking out that enemy unit. And we got it in under 11 turns. Okay. Cleric will give health when it moves. Grim Obelisk, when any enemy's attack is changed, deal 2 damage to them. Ooh, that sounds like a good counter to that boss. Materialization actually sounds kind of tempting too, but let's do the Grim Obelisk. Okay, Crossroads. Choose a location to visit and gain its mysterious power. I have never seen this before. So, Unwavering Faith. Upon summoning the shrine, gain +2 health for each adjacent tile. Ether Energy adds 15% of the shrine's health to Ether at the end of the battle. And Master's Presence adds +1/+1 to allies summoned next to the shrine. Now, there's no rule saying I have to put it next to the shrine. That's just the way I wind up playing. And I think I'm going to just acknowledge that that's the way I play. Nope, I don't need that perk. Archdruids again, so that's going to be a big pain. Oh, and they have heavy armor too. Okay, the Crossroads. We've got Alchemy Lab. Sell the Swordsman for 75 Ether. Jesus, that is a disaster. Dimension Rift. Increase speed rewards for the next battle. Or the Altar of Elements. Pay 60 Ether to acquire a copy of your talent Divine Inspiration. Let's do a second one of those. Oh my god, the frozen lakes are going to be a disaster. Nope. How do I even make sense of this? Again, it's a stupid idea for me to stay in the forest. I don't think we're gonna... I'm slightly tempted to sit on this ancient ruin, actually. Yeah, you know what? This is not a bad place. This is not a bad place for me to sit because the enemies are going to be moving in on the swamps or the frozen lakes. Okay. So I can go for an early swordsman. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of a tiff right at the start, but I'm okay with that because they'll be able to survive the attack and then we'll be able to eat... one will eat the other. Okay, now that's not so good, but we will make do. And what I'm going to do... Actually, I don't need to worry about freezing. We're just going to hold. Okay, so this is sufficient to take out this enemy, and this unit's going to... Yeah. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to put the swordsman down here, and eventually we will one will eat the other. This will probably eat this one, but we'll see what the ogre winds up doing. Oh, I forgot about the protection. Okay, that's inconvenient. Oh, I just killed this unit. This is such a bad turn for me. Oh. I did not realize... Well, okay, I killed it for a different reason. Still sucks, though. So this one should move in and drown. But that wasn't the worry, this was the worry. So we're taking a bunch of damage at the start for really no reason. I could poison it with the carnivorous flower. Okay, sunken land to destroy a hex. I'm gonna try and force this unit to move to inconvenient places. So I keep forgetting that my swordsmen are not as useful against the enemy units in terms of like just making them big and beastly. I think this unit's dead. Or no, this unit's definitely dead. Yeah, that was another crummy turn on my part. So what do I do? I think I just try and throw as many obstacles as I can here. It's a maximum 10 damage, right? So it's not... Oh yeah, and actually they don't have higher damage. I really blew that one. Alright. I am playing considerably worse than the last round. The Grim Obelisk does not give me anything... Yeah, we're gonna just wait. What do I do here? Set a forest on fire. Why not? How about we skip and take the money instead? Loyal Village might be helpful in this case. Oh, right. This guy becomes an absolute monster each time. Okay, well, what I'll do this time around, I'm going to put the boar... So they'll die, but they're going to poison this unit. And it occurred to me if this unit is changing its damage each time it moves... So again, this is really going to hurt. I may even lose on this continent, which will be a bit embarrassing, but... this will at least take out this this unit. Let's hope Soothe Before Death applies to my shrine. Not a single point. I'm pretty sure we are dead. Nope. So the combination of these two will just save me. But I obviously do not fancy my chances in the next scenario. Tribal Priestess resurrects the last died ally on a random growth. Acid Lake deals 4 damage and applies poison to an enemy on this tile. And the Cleric is tempting. I think I'm going to settle for the Acid Lake. Obviously, I need to get clever if I'm going to... Oh my god, so it's Talvis. A completely different fight than what I was prepared for. Let's go to the merchant and see what we can get. Sparks are no use to me. So the problem here with the Blade Master is they're not going to last long enough. Yeah, we're in a... I actually probably should have refreshed. Okay, let's go for the Master's Presence. Or if it says once again, I imagine I could have bought more, so that's a second blunder. Legends say the last Elvish Emperor was once imprisoned beneath this island. It was when he broke free that the land was sundered into pieces, granting its name. Talvis damages the shrine with basic attacks from any distance. So basically, if Talvis gets an attack on me, it's game over. That might be to my advantage, actually. No. Okay. So I want to make sure that we get the acid lake down here. Oh my god, deals 9 damage to all adjacent enemies and resurrects with stat 640, works once. So I'm going to have to deal with him a second time. I'm going to end the turn because I'm going to want to move the swordsman. I'm basically going to want to eat the swordsman and move them back each time. Probably should have put it here, actually. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So we absolutely must eat this unit this turn. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any other options. Like, he's going to wind up doing 9 damage to the shrine here. There's not a whole lot else I can do about that, so we'll end the turn. We at least have one turn to, like, work with here, but... And there's the damage on the shrine. Now, the other difficult part here is... Yeah, so this is basically GG. I can hit him with the Acid Lake, which does 4 damage and 2 poison, but in the end, he's going to wind up doing the damage to the swordsman, and it's not so much the damage... Well, let's see. I'm not expecting miracles here, but... So I just lost my big damage dealer there. So he'll die next turn. But I imagine just he resurrects and then we die next turn. Yeah, and he doesn't have any of his poison damage, so... So there really isn't any options here. I'll inconvenience him before he murders me. Yeah. A shameful display. Alright, 2 continents destroyed, 25 units created, 120 for a speed reward, and that is it. I'm going to go for a new game. Now, I am still feeling a little woozy. I'm not going to make tea or anything like that, because that's just going to really wreck my, my sleeping pattern. But I am going to take a minute here just to stretch and get some water and, I don't know, reorient myself before... jumping into the next scenario. I hope you are all enjoying Godless. It's definitely an interesting one. I think my first run was better than the others. I'm going to take a quick second here and put the link inside chat, because again, it is a relatively inexpensive game, and it's one by, again, I don't want to call it a first-time developer. It's just the first game that I've seen attached to their name. And it's also the first one that Brace Yourself Publishing came out with. But it's one that, you know, I kind of want to see, in one sense, I kind of want to see this developer encouraged, because I think this is a really unique game with a good like it's just a neat. I think it's a neat idea, and it's really well executed. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have a good finale for that, other than I feel a particular wish to just kind of get the word out and let more people know it, and, add it to their wish lists, add it to their library, especially at the price. But anyways, I'm gonna take a quick second here and get a drink of water and stretch and do all of those other things. I will see you all in a minute or two, hopefully. All right, no promises that I'm going to be any more effective, but I do have a glass of water. And I am looking forward to trying this again. So I suppose following the rule that I set for myself, we are lowering the difficulty. And I know if Wolf Arok here, he would be ashamed. I'm still going to stick with a Deep Freeze Blazing Soul combination. But let's see if we can make some progress on the continents, and then we can always move ahead as once we meet with some success. So we've got a Furious Brute, pushes the target on every second attack. Lots of health, but costs more mana. The Ghoul swaps attack with the target. If the unit's attack becomes 0, it will turn into an Enraged Ghoul. And then we have the Bloodlord, which will get +2/+1 every time an adjacent unit dies. So the catch here is I really need to find units that... I need to find expendable units that... well, you know what? Let's give it a try. Arena swaps the attack and health of all entering allies. Unholy Touch swaps the attack of 2 units. And the Well of Souls resurrects any units that die here with 1 health. Works once per unit. Tempting. Yeah, we'll maybe see if the Well of Souls does something. Okay, the Lava Field. On enter does 12 damage to the entering enemies plus 8 more if they were pushed here. Corrupted Tree steals 1 attack when attacked. And the Cursed Spirit on death, all adjacent enemies lose 1 attack. So if I wanted something that's disposable, this is the thing that feeds the Bloodlord. So let's get one of those. Now I can sort of afford to... Ooh. Okay, wait. No, I remember. I had a misconception about how these guys work. We can probably afford to set up in a forest this time. Although these are a bit of a liability. Okay, so let's start with Bloodlord and a Cursed Spirit. What else? Well, this guy's heading on to this shrine, so I'll make my life a little easier. I think I'm going to save the remaining points, though. All right. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to burn a Deep Freeze here just because I lose the adjacency. Okay, similar problem with the adjacency. Damn it. I'll freeze this one. This unit moves up here, this unit moves here. Put a Cursed Spirit down here. Let's see how this works. Okay, so my expectation here is I should be able to use Blazing Soul, but before I do that, let's take the Bloodlord. Oh, but then I can't use Blazing Soul. Okay, well, we'll live with that. Oh my god. No, I didn't want a Well of Souls there. Oh no, that was supposed to be a cursed spirit. This is a disaster. Okay, so we'll Soothe Before Death to try and give a little bit more survivability. One thing that will work for me is if I put down the Cursed Spirit, so that's gonna delay a few attacks, and I may wind up boosting some of my Bloodlords too. Okay, I like where this is going. So I think this one we just stay put, frankly. Okay, so I'm thinking here I summon 2 Cursed Spirits. Ah, crap. I mean, it gives us a little something. It's just not quite what I was expecting. So this isn't... Obviously, this is not a great way for me to win hastily. But it is doing the trick. So... I do wish I could see up above. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we actually have quite a bit of health. I'm not too worried about that then. So I suppose the question is, what's the best way? If I put down the Cursed Spirit here, there's a real chance that we get some nice bonuses on my attackers. Not quite how I imagined that going, but alright, so here's what we're going to do. Let's do, we'll make the Gales. And let's do... This guy's going to be in the thick of it. Now the tricky part here, I think the best I can really hope for here is just to put down the cursed spirit to lower the attacks that are going to happen to the shrine. I don't think there's a lot that I can do to sort of prevent what's about to happen. Okay, that's welcome. This unit's going to teleport to the shrine, so this is going to be a bit unfortunate, but... I don't believe they're affected by the gale because of that, but we do a decent... We do a decent amount of damage to this unit when we move on it. Yeah, so we should still win this no matter what. Okay, so I'm getting something of an idea in terms of a strategy for this map. Man, these guys really load in close to my guys. Ally of your choice devours all adjacent allies and gains their stats. Let's create a random harmful tile. All right, let's think about... I think I'm just gonna end the turn. Not so good for my shrine. Oh, I see how this works. Yeah, so I mean, this is just generally unfortunate as far as the total damage that my shrine's going to take, but there's really not that much I can do about it. I guess I can deep freeze it to offset the effects. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I've got something of a shape of how the strategy is going to work, but I can see a lot of ways where this falls apart for me too. Dark Entity. On attack, target loses 1 attack. That is mighty tempting, actually. Deal 4 damage to an enemy plus 1 for each unit next to the shrine. That is also tempting. Let's do Dark Entity, though. I might save that for a special occasion, but I can see... some ways that'll be useful. I definitely don't want to go in any forests in the upcoming area. And let's go for a Sanctuary and Crossroads. Plus 3 to attack whenever an enemy enters an adjacent hex. Let's do Unwavering Faith. And yes, let's keep picking perks. I do like Master's Presence. And... so Ether Energy might be tempting just to keep adding these passives, but... Okay, Dimension Rift, increase the speed rewards of the next battle. Acquire the perk of another shrine type, Forbidden Magic. On battle start, summon a Crimson Tentacle next to the shrine with a +4/+4. Or Shatter, start the battle with 2 shrines. Okay, both of these are super tempting, but let's see the Forbidden Magic. If nothing else, that's something that I can use to... I can eat the next... I can eat some of the extra summons and see where it goes. So remembering that I'm not going to be sticking around in the woods... Oh, Jesus. I have absolutely nothing. It looks like these things are on fire. Man, this is this level is character building. All right, well, no point crying about it. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. All right. So what I want to know is, if I put down a Bloodlord like this... and then I sacrifice this tentacle... It does boost both of them. Very interesting. Okay. Now I do have a health problem here, but... Okay, so the good news is... this unit's still alive. So what we do is we pass along the good vibes. Okay, that works really well for me. It is a shame. Well, you know what? No, let's keep this guy running around. Okay, so he's gonna move and take this unit out. So yeah, I just stay put. Okay, that generally works well for me. I'm hoping we knock this guy off the edge of the map. Copy traversable tile on an adjacent hex. I'm gonna settle for copy soul. So this unit's going to want to move in here, but I want to boost my... actually there's a couple of reasons why I want to boost this, so... So we want this thing to die as soon as possible, but we don't have enough to completely take it out. So we knew that was coming, but I'm hoping that they get pushed off the edge of the No, they don't. So the gale apparently did nothing. Let's settle for buffing this guy even more. Okay, so I need to come up with a good way of hurting this unit as quickly as possible. There really isn't a good way of doing that. Well, that one worked. So normally I'd want to eat this unit. The problem is this guy's health is so low by comparison. So I'm gonna stay the course. So I'm kind of curious to see what the third wave looks like. Okay, that works very well for me. I can swap. I'm gonna skip. Oh, summon a cursed spirit. Actually, you know what? Let's destroy the forest here. Okay, so I'm having a little bit of a tough time with this one because I can see an argument for no, you know what? So I'm gonna do Blazing Soul on this cursed spirit. So this will give enough to take out the ogre. This reduces the Archdruid, and it also gives a boost to the Bloodlord. Now, theoretically, I could do the same trick, but if I wait the one turn on the Cursed Spirit, then I also get the bonus, and I know that the Druid's just not going to be able to do anything to me. So I suppose one other alternative I have is to summon the Cursed Spirit here, and either it takes the damage or it does more damage to the... actually, you know what? I'm going to do that. I suppose I could have put it by the shrine and it would have gotten more damage. That's my bad. Oh, I forgot. Alright, I got a little lucky with the way the numbers worked out. Oh, adjacent hex. Oh, interesting. It doesn't let me, if I right-click it, it just straight up cancels it. Okay. So, I'm thinking we Blazing Soul into this unit. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a formality at this point. I probably actually would have been wiser for me to use the freeze so I could get a little more health on my shrine, but neither here nor there. All right. So a little bit of a speed reward, but not perfect. Acid Lake is tempting to bring in again. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for the Acid Lake because I can keep reusing it. And turns out that was the right call because Orion Steelhoof is on the case. An Executioner. If the target has 0 attack, deal triple damage. Oh, and this, I don't think he has armor this time. Alternatively, the Vault of Souls gives me a Furious Brute, which has got a lot of health. Let's go for the Vault of Souls because I believe the Dire Wolves will be creating difficulties. Oh, I shouldn't be re-spending these. I should be saving these for the passives. Tiles next to the shrine trigger their effect. Each turn effects 1 time. Pay 60 ether to acquire a copy of Divine Inspiration. Gonna go for Cycle of Life, just so I can maybe have a hope of getting another passive. I do like Divine Protection here. I will settle for Master's Presence. Alright, let's see if we can... Okay, yeah, so the heavy armor happened to be coincidental. I'm also interested, exhaustion enemies have no special effects, so I'm curious to see if that actually applies to bosses or not. Oh, screw this. Man. I'm gonna play the cards I've been dealt. Okay, I have some ideas. All right, so we're gonna start with a cheeky little acid on this guy. It is very tempting to eat this Furious Brute right away, but it's important to remember it's just the attack that I get. Then again... No, there's still benefits for me waiting. Hello, my dad. How are you doing? This is gonna seem weird. Oh no, I've actually screwed this up a bit. Okay, so this is because this unit potentially dies to the volcano. Feeling a bit sleepy, but otherwise okay. Okay, now this is going to seem counterintuitive, but I'm actually going to eat this and put it on the tentacle, and that's because it's one of the few units I have that isn't going to get killed by a volcano. So what I want to do now is find a way of moving a Bloodlord in such a way that it's going to be able to take on Orion when the time comes. Actually, you know what? Maybe I don't even worry about that right now. Maybe I put down some more acid lakes. This was the wrong call. I should have actually taken out that forest. Anyways. And he's maximizing the acid damage he takes. That's actually pretty... I mean, his damage is getting quite frightening, but I'm thinking we're in a point where we're gonna, like, he's gonna be pretty weak by the time he actually comes after us. The only thing is I do actually need to be kind of careful in terms of how I maneuver units, because essentially I've allowed him to get out of control, and as a consequence I'm going to have to make sure that I put a unit somewhere that he's not able to completely demolish them. But I imagine he winds up taking another 10 damage on his way to us. Okay, yeah, so this is fine. I'm probably going to want to preserve my mana at this point. So 61 damage is obviously no joke. Mind you, okay, so here's the thing that I need to keep in mind. There might actually be a... So if I just take a minute to think about this. So he takes 5 damage at the start. 6 is 11. So if I add another 4 on that... Okay, so 5, 11, 15, 17... He's still gonna do the 1 damage to... Well... Okay, so my alternative is... I take a Bloodlord... Well, if I take a Bloodlord, I can't eat the tentacle, but what I can do is if I take a Cursed Spirit... and I eat the tentacle, that should kill Orion before he reaches us. All according to plan. I am definitely a night owl, however, some changes at work. Like, it's all good stuff, but given my situation at work, I do need to get in a bit earlier than I'd originally planned. So I'm a night owl, but who finds himself in a situation where he needs to like be at work earlier than he would normally arrive. So that can create some situations where I'm definitely feeling worn out. It winds up building on top of itself. Like I start the day I start the week with as much sort of as rested as I can be, and but if I lose a couple of hours, I usually tend not to get it back, and it's largely because of streaming, right? That's mostly true, Sylphae, although I will say that my current workplace is pretty accommodating. It's just by virtue of the fact that there is a pretty major meeting. So this meeting combines a lot of units that don't normally seem to talk to each other, and I have wound up getting some really helpful information from that, like to a point where a few coworkers are like, how do I get in on this meeting? So that's a great spot to be in, especially as someone who's new, because in the end, I want to, I kind of want to know what's going on. So, if it really came down to it, I have coworkers who would clearly be happy to, to do these earlier meetings for me. But just given that there's a, to me, it's something very interesting, and it's something that I feel like I can contribute. I've just kind of decided, in the interests of, trying to do the best job that I can to try and become a morning person. So, I don't want to, I don't want to make it sound like work is unaccommodating, but. Anyways, that went rather well, but it is worth remembering that I did lower the difficulty to, easy. So now I could go for the swordsman. I feel like getting the Grim Obelisk is kind of, I feel like Grim Obelisk is fighting the last battle. But I'm not sure if I need the sword. Well, let's go for the swordsman anyway. Okay, act complete. I believe this is the first act we've completed. Consequences. A new age. To bring justice to your fallen brethren, you left a trail of death in your wake. Each and every one was necessary, and now all debts are paid. The fallen should be honored, and the living should be provided for. Some are grateful for the aid and join your crusade, yet others refuse it, desiring revenge against you. The future ahead is uncertain. So this one is slightly more appealing because of the bravery as well. God of Fire, destroy 5 tiles of your choice at the battle start. All adjacent enemies will receive 7 damage. I'm assuming that's adjacent to the tiles, although maybe it's adjacent to the shrine, I don't know. Summons an elite guard next to the shrine each battle. That is quite tempting because I can eat them. You cannot see details of events between continents. Interesting. The Eternal Hunt. The Elvish Woods are left in ruins after your crusade, except for the sacred trees, from which you consume priceless ether and gift to the dimensional merchant, heedless of the insult to the surviving elves. Incensed at the desecration of the trees, the elves will stop at nothing to take their revenge against you. So, Dimensional Merchant gives you a 40% discount, but each enemy includes an elvish warrior. And Wise Ruler, despite your disdain for mortal kind, you acknowledge the few among them who are clever and useful. You travel forth and gather the wisest mortals from across the burnt continents to form a personal council who will offer you guidance in exchange for their safety and a modest fee. So random scroll at the start of each battle, but unused scrolls disappear after each battle. Okay, I think I'm going to settle for a new age. All right, have a good one, Madad. Have an enjoyable watch, and thank you for being such a loyal viewer. You have ascended as a god of fire. Ascend for the second time to upgrade your god power or obtain an extra one. Okay, so again, we don't know what's up with any of these, so we'll just go at the top. Another crossroads, so I can get more forbidden magic. This will go from a 4/4 to an 8/8. Vault of Souls. Just the next battle. So I feel like a boost to the tentacle. Seeing as I don't know what's coming up next, let's keep buying. Sell the Cursed Spirit for 75 ether. That is kind of tempting, actually. But no, I'm going to settle for the Dimensional Rift here. Another Crossroads. Oh, man. It is tempting to sell Divine Inspiration here. I'm going to do it. A 12-12. That is preposterous. Okay, Earthquake. The continent is shattered in half and poison weapons. Enemy apply 3 poison on attack. That's brutal. Okay, Mechanical Golem creates Chain Lightning, which electrocutes multiple enemies. I remember these were a complete pain to deal with. And the Skilled Bomber explodes next to the shrine. Tricky. Okay. I have some specific ideas about how this works. Okay. So the one catch is I didn't really plan out the +1 that I would get by summoning next to the shrine. I guess it's more than +1 now. Yeah, it's 1 + 2, and the health is kind of the thing that I need more of, but actually, okay, so he's gonna get blown away. So if I put a Cursed Spirit instead... Oh, wait, but then there's the... Oh no, he's a Skilled Bomber, so he doesn't do the Electrocute. Okay, this works for me for now. How you doing, Lord Gloom? For those of you unfamiliar with Lord Gloom, wonderful streamer. I've been watching a lot of his Magic the Gathering streams lately, but sorry, I just need a second here. So yes, we are going to eat the tentacle. With the expectation that I will be taking out this this enemy. Lots of physical Magic the Gathering, lots of Escape from Tarkov, but I actually found him through another Brace Yourself game, Brace Yourself publishing game, which was Cobalt Core. And he has come full circle by doing a great job with Phantom Brigade, which of course we were playing last week. And the reason why I changed it up is I did do the capital battle. Now that doesn't mean that we're done the game, but I did. I figured that was a nice big milestone, and we could say, all right, you know, we'll let it rest. It is, yes. This is from, again, I'm sort of running against the limits of my, you know, of the terms that I can use. I want to call it a first-time developer, Daniel Kalupa, just because I have not seen. I've not seen previous games that this developer has made, but I also know, like, when you play a game this good, you know, and I say this partly just because I have been involved with the local game dev community as well. And I think actually this is probably also true of a game like Balatro. Like, very often the quote-unquote overnight success is something that has been actually a very long time in the making. And just because, you know, I haven't seen the first game doesn't mean that that game doesn't exist. So whatever one it is, I know this game, or I don't know, but it seems like this game had a Kickstarter originally, and then ultimately it came to Brace Yourself Publishing, and it's actually going to be going out of early access fairly soon. I was a little surprised to... Well, I knew that I didn't deliberately avoid playing the game, but I also just kept getting on the treadmill of all the stuff that I want to play. And in the case of Godless, its early access period is sort of finished while I was waiting to play. Again. But it's also a relatively inexpensive game, about I think it's $12.99 Canadian. So, and it's the one that taught me that auto battlers can be fun. So what I think I'm going to do here, it looks like this golem is actually going to be tied up, well, at least for 2 turns. And then I'm going to have a few turns to be able to sort of regenerate everything. So I'm going to hit it with the Acid Lake here, even if it doesn't wind up hurting enemy units in the end. This is going to do at least 4 damage on its own, and then it's going to do that ticking damage too. And this is all the while my, you know, my Bloodlord is going to be getting its extra attack for killing the skilled bomber and such. So I think overall this is the right call. And if I want, I can try and boost the Bloodlord, but honestly, at this point, I kind of need something to generate more health for him. Sure thing. Okay, add +2 attack to an ally. They attack any enemy immediately as possible, or summon a 3/3 copy of an ally on an adjacent hex. Let's go for... I guess it doesn't really matter which one, but let's add a Bloodlord. Okay, so I'm going to eat the Bloodlord in this case. And this is just to avoid the... this is kind of to avoid the one turn in which these two are going to combine. I'm also going to hit the Golem again with the Acid. Ah, now that wasn't supposed to happen. So I'm gonna wait 1 turn, and then I'm gonna let the Elite Guard eat the Bloodlord. Oh my god. Alright, Vicious Hunger, ally of your choice devours all adjacent allies and gains their stats. Yeah, I mean, saves me the mana. Okay. So 36, 39. It's actually just enough if I put a Bloodlord here. That bought me a little time. Now, unfortunately, this unit's going to keep attacking the shrine. These two are going to hog the demonologist. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, and they're actually going to keep piling on the poison. But this unit actually teleports when this unit attacks. Okay, so I'm in okay shape. Could be a hell of a lot better, though. Oh, interesting. I wish I knew that that was going to happen. I could have avoided the damage. I mean, it's fine. We'll see it. Just, you know, I could have avoided the damage and presumably the poison. Okay, I can funnel them accordingly. Soothe before death. I kind of am hoping... Well, we'll see how it goes. So... I can poison this tile. I could put a Bloodlord down, but I don't think there's going to be anything to die to make it worthwhile. This unit's basically going to kill itself, so let's... We'll at least eat that one. Yeah, we'll hold for the rest. So this thing definitely dies. The question is, when do I want that to happen? Okay, so this unit's effectively going to kill itself, so let's freeze them. And unfortunately, because of the adjacency, there's going to be 4 damage that each of these two take. So I'm just going to have to accept that. So a bit of luck there. Let's... This unit's definitely dead. Now, unfortunately, if I leave... If I go for the adjacency... Well, here's what I'll do. I'll put the Cursed Spirit down, and at the very least will lower the damage of the mechanical golem. Nope, because that one died earlier. I should have paid attention to the order in which events happened. Now, this gets interesting. Let's settle for an execute. But my wiser move might be to summon the Blood Lord. Ah, hell. Nope, I have an idea. If I'm gonna take the damage... you think your friends are gonna kidnap you and play... Oh, have a good one, Lord Gloom. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry, I got a little too absorbed. Okay, that was manageable. So Grim Obelisk, Sand Golem, or Ether. I'm gonna try the Sand Golem. I might trade it back, but... Oh, you meant in general. Gotcha. So again, it's all random at this point, so... Sure, I don't understand it fully myself. But I can do my best. So I figure we can do that with the Blood Lord. And we'll see what the next section brings in terms of use for Ether. I actually had very little control, Lord Gloom, but I'm beginning to appreciate how this works. Okay. Probably Master's Presence. And we'll definitely reroll as much as I can. I do like the idea of Divine Protection just to kind of reduce incoming damage. And yes, to more Master's Presence. Okay, Demonio. A month in Demonio is enough for most people to lose themselves to madness. A scant few, however, are known to avoid this fate. So yeah, so I'll definitely explain kind of how a turn works. So we're coming up against an archaeologist, which destroys all adjacent tiles. We've got a skilled bomber, which explodes next to the shrine, and the enraged ogre, which stuns all adjacent enemies. Oh, and a mechanical golem for good measure. There'll be an eruption, and unfortunately, still poisoned weapons. Okay, so we'll see what the volcanoes provide first of all. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it could be worse. I will decline to create the continent. I'm actually gonna put something on the catacomb. And that's just because I'm gonna be able to take advantage of the extra health from my bonus. Now I want to make sure I don't put the tentacle down next to the volcano, so we'll stick that one there. Okay. And at this point, really, I just want to do as much damage as I can to the enemy units, so... Okay, so this is a little bit of a liability here with the Elite Guard. How do I even think about this? I'll probably just eat them for the points. Yeah, I'll go for the Bloodlord here, and I'll try and put them reasonably far away from the volcanoes. And the question is, do I eat it right away, or do I wait? I guess I'll wait the one turn. But I definitely want to use at least 1 point for... Well, I guess here we could just do the Curse Spirit. Oh, sorry, I was going to explain what went on. So basically, in this case, this was just me... well, okay, I'll wait for the next turn and then I can explain. Ah, okay, well, I did wind up getting extra mana anyway, so I wound up wasting things. Algrins, thank you very much for the sub! Oh man, that was all my defenses that I actually just killed. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the arc to finish opening and then I can explain how the game works. So it's got an element of, well, thank you nonetheless. I appreciate it. Okay, so there's a little bit of sort of deck building to this. There's a bit of, there's definitely a roguelike element and primarily auto battler though. So takes place on a hex-based grid. The terrain is, it's randomly generated for each level, but there are definitely some parameters. Like depending on where you are in the acts, it's not going to be completely random. There are definitely going to be some things determining what you encounter. So each of these I've wound up selecting, right? This is the deck building component. I'm given a certain amount of mana each turn. The max is 3, so this is why I was a little disappointed that I landed on that tile, simply because I wasn't able to translate that into any real advantage. So the idea here is if I hold down the left control, it'll show you the order in which the turns are taken and what the different moves of all of these units are going to be. So for instance, I'm not too... Oh, no, actually this one is empty, so I'm good. So yeah, in this case here, the tentacle is going to move first, but the tentacle doesn't really do anything. This unit's going to move forward here. The problem is that they will... Well, actually, if I think about it... So if they move, they get pushed up. No, I get pushed, and I don't... Oh, inactive until the next wave. Okay. So I'll take the 5 damage, I move up, I attack this unit. This unit's going to move up here. They'll do 4. So that's a total of 9, so I can still eat this thing later. So I will settle for eating this, because not only do I get the 4 damage, but because this unit gets a +2/+1 when a unit dies beside it, I've just buffed it. So yeah, I don't get to control where the units go, but I do get to use my mana to summon. And right now, a lot of the different things that I'm employing are usually just they're actual like units that move as opposed to terrain and things like that. I'm sorry, Lord Gloom, I may not be explaining this very well, but do you have a rough idea? Essentially, you can summon creatures, which are going to be your primary way of attacking. You can add tiles, and there are a couple of other spells that you can cast. But essentially, it's a mana pool of 3 on a given turn, which creates these absolutely excruciating decisions that I need to make. So, for instance, I'm beside a volcano, so I know this guy's going to take some damage, but it's not enough for them to get killed. So I figure I can eat them with one of the other units later while still being able to do some damage to the archaeologist. So I definitely don't want to keep this unit on the table. And I figure this unit's pretty strong now, so we will chow down. I'm slightly tempted to put the acid lake down on this unit. They may wind up killing the volcano anyway, but I figure I might as well inconvenience them. Yeah. So this unit dies to the volcano for sure. Okay, so this unit's going to move up 1. They'll take damage from the poison. Then the following turn, they'll take damage from the volcano. This unit's not moving anywhere. That will harm them. So I'm just going to end the turn and build up the mana. So they're stuck. An enemy has been defeated, but the life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. So I can summon a cursed spirit, or I can copy a traversable tile on an adjacent... Let's go for a cursed spirit. So I'm putting this cursed spirit down here. Actually, they'll just die to the volcano, but that's fine because they'll still lower the damage that this unit will do. Which means the shrine doesn't take as much damage. Still not quite enough for this guy to deliver the coup de grace, but he still wound up doing the damage after all. So this is unfortunate. The 3 poison is actually quite bad. I should have used the Blazing Soul on the tentacle. Anyway, that's life. So we have 2 more turns of this nonsense. Oh my god. I'm gonna settle for a random ally and a random hex. If nothing else, I can just eat... yeah. Eat them. So this is gonna translate into even more damage on the shrine, which I don't like at all. So instead I'm gonna put down a cursed spirit. Yeah, this does a ton of damage if it's adjacent to the shrine. And I'm going to put a cursed spirit down here, but I actually think it's unavoidable for the shrine to take the damage from the skilled bomber. That sucks. Oh my god, I'm losing all my defenses. So that poison's just going to keep piling up now. This is a very, very dangerous turn for me. So I don't have a whole lot of options here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the Acid Lake just to hasten this unit's demise. So again, it's the poison that keeps building up that's the real killer here. Fortunately, this unit should kill this one. And of course we'll take the 15 damage from the death. I should have ate the, oh my god, I completely forgot. It's adjacent, including the shrine. I am so screwed. Perfect balance. Set the attack and the health of any... I don't care what it costs. We're paying the ether. 148 damage shrine. Bring it! And we'll soothe before death to get the health up. It's not going to be pretty, but destroy a tile and use the next chosen fate twice. No, we're just going to execute. So the idea here is I'm just trying to maximize the I mean, it'll be one turn anyway, but like I'm essentially trying to maximize the damage of the... Actually, no, sorry. What I should have done was put the deep freeze on the shrine to bring back a little bit of the health. So Soothe Before Death is the obvious one, so I can recover 8. I'm still, like, netting out a lower amount, but... The main thing here is I just need this... I need this fight to end as soon as possible. Oh my god, stop! Alright, so I don't get to keep that damage, incidentally. So that was very ugly, but fortunately I had enough of a reserve in terms of health. So... this would require me to sort of switch out something else. We've got Consuming Inferno, which destroys 2 tile. I think I prefer the idea of taking the training camp, even if it means that I... Yeah, do I not even get an inventory to put that in? Guess not. Should have gone for the ether then. Oh well. I'll know for next time. Can't remember if we're on a boss fight this time or not. We are! Paradise. Rumor suggests that the first elementals made their home in Paradise. Eventually, however, they abandoned it for reasons unknown. Armor the 4th gains power from the pyramids across the battlefield. So that works well with my God of Fire ability. So these are mysterious because of something that I picked in the previous run. Again, I have no idea what these are going to do, so let's see. You can upgrade gems by merging them with sparks. Click on a gem icon here. Here's a gift for you, an extra spark of fire. Well, isn't that nice? So... Oh, interesting. Each turn adds +1, +2. That's very, very strong. Yeah, we are definitely doing that upgrade. So the fact that this thing's going to be getting extra health each turn puts a smile to my face. On death, sets the attack of any adjacent units to this unit's attack. Tempting, but let's see what the reverse does. On attack, steals 1 attack from the target. Ooh. So I'll put that on the swordsman, even though I don't use the swordsman that much. So the drawback here is because I don't know what the next tile that I'm going to go to is, I might have used up all my ether for... Yeah, so I don't think I can afford any... Oh, that's not entirely true. Add 3 health to any unit, make it immovable. Get 1 mana, but the shrine receives 5 damage, 12 damage to any unit, and any unit attacks all adjacent units. I'm going to go for Thunderbolt just because the ability to like zap an enemy unit from afar may be the difference between me winning or losing. Oh man, heavy armor. Enemies can receive only up to 9 damage from a single attack, so the usual nonsense that I do is not going to work here. Okay. Armor the 4th, Mummified Pharaoh. Winds of Change, replace some tiles with random ones from another act. And, turns out... so I was thinking that you might be able to destroy this with the abilities. Turns out that's not how that works. So... Passive summons a mummy next to an armor every 2 turns. Passive, this unit can receive only up to 9 damage from a single attack. Adds 6 health to an armor, and adds 2 attack to all allies. Okay, so the Ruby Pyramid's the one that I want to take out first. And you know what? Okay. This is a very burn the boats kind of moment, but... Okay, so the tentacle goes here. Okay, good. So the Ruby Pyramid is going to take quite a bit of damage. I'm going to put down the Swordsman. They'll effectively do maximum damage each turn, and I think... So the question is, do I put the Acid Lake on Narmer, or do I put the Acid Lake on the Pyramid? I think we'll put it on Narmer. Because they don't do that much damage. And for good measure, I'll add a Curse Spirit. Again, I should have probably put it beside the shrine, but... Okay, I can live with them getting a little bit of extra health, because we currently... Like, we do better in this, this current scenario. So I'm gonna let the Actually, I'm going to I'm going to summon a Cursed Spirit here, but that's so that I can... Like, that's the extra health. I'm going to get it to eat the tentacle next. I suppose we knew that was coming eventually. This may prove to be a mistake, depending on where this mummy moves. Okay. I'm going to have an insurance policy with the Cursed Spirit here. So, I mean, this mummy, this kind of sucks that they're going to go through, but they're also going to take a turn. They're going to get caught in the quicksand. And we're going to take out the pyramids this turn. Okay, that's good. I'm going to... wait. Because we're going to turn our attention to this unit in just a little bit. Yeah. That's the first time I've run into this guy, but that was definitely a convincing win for us. So because I know we're going to win, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the Deep Freeze on the shrine twice. There we go. Okay. Should have a bunch of goodies for the speed. Our choices are... I don't know if I just get to automatically... No, I don't get to throw any of these away. So we will take the Spark of Nature just because everything else counts as nothing. Now, I don't remember if the fourth act is actually implemented or not, or if this is the end. I mean, it's giving us options here. So there's a slight temptation for extinction. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we've got unexpected allies. The Pharaoh's tyranny has come to an end and a new ruler has arisen. You have no intention of being yet another tyrant, but the ordinary folk fear your rage towards humankind, and they form a resistance in a brazen attempt to destroy the shrine. Nevertheless, you spare the rebels, which earns you trust and a new blood joining your ranks. So we can create a copy of any summoned unit next to the shrine. That's kind of tempting, actually, because some of the units are reasonably powerful. Like if I had 2 swordsmen, I could eat 1. Shrine receives +9 damage from attacks. That's probably not the done thing. Extinction. The sun's domain's inhabitants fled these lands as your forces overtook it and have remained hidden in hopes of returning home one day, but they will not. Despite the disapproval from your powerful allies, you spread a plague over these lands to bring death to anyone who dares settle here again. Apply poison to all enemies each turn, but you cannot see the merchant's goods nor view the talents in the chamber. And then, of course, on top of that, we have the God of Rot. And finally, Ancient Legacy. Not everyone in the Sands despises the divine. You restore the ancient order of Teldaram, who have been loyal to the High Goddess, your mother, for centuries. Though it took you time and energy, the order will now rule on your behalf. Their undying gratitude and vast knowledge are all yours to command. Acquire a random talent whenever you craft or upgrade a gem. Destroys the last skill slot, including any gems and skills assigned to it. Now, I'm not sad to get rid of the Sand Golem, but we also don't know what's coming up. So I'm just going to go for more ignorance here. We're going to go for Extinction. We're going to take advantage of the fact that the enemies will lose an attack and get 2 poisoned every 3 turns, and then applies poison to all enemies on each turn. And, okay, so there is, we have Act 3. Right, so I got this wrong. Act 3 is implemented, but I don't think Act 4 is. You have ascended as a God of Rot. Enemies lose 1 attack and get poisoned every 3 turns. You have ascended as a god of fire and a god of rot. All right, let's go. So we've got Earthquake, Continent Shattered in half, poison weapons. Enemies apply 5 poison per attack. Doubles bonuses to attack and health. Crystal Ogre captures all adjacent northern cities. And the Cave Imp summons angry imps next to enchanted mountains. This is definitely going to be a challenging run. Oh man, it has been a while since we've been able to do this. Okay, so let's get the talents that I can. Oh, we don't know. All right, it's purely random. So, Gift of the Forest grants regeneration to a chosen ally on turn 5. Inexplicable Fear. When you don't spend mana on your turn, a random enemy will lose 1 attack and Soul Drain. Sacrifices an ally of your choice in turn to summon 3 Cursed Spirits. This is going to be absolutely preposterous in terms of what I can get away with. So let's see if I can get some more death here. So I would need 25. Sorry, I'm completely losing my mind. 5 for 100. Yes, it is 25. Okay, not enough. I'm going to assume then that the 35 we need is off the table. Yeah. But I should at least be able to get the 10. And again, we don't know what the talents are. Flame of Vengeance upon an ally's death adds +1 attack to all other allies. Again, absolutely insane given some of the other abilities that we have. So yeah, the ignorance of what's coming up is a little bit of a problem, but seeing as we've run into this later, I've already kind of got a few things that work well in combination. Okay. Not much for me to go with, to be honest. Yeah, I don't have a second gem, so this is as good as empty. So let's see if I can survive this turn. Ravenhold was named after the planet's largest dwarf fortress before the gods razed it to ashes. Ah, hell. All right, so one of the challenges here is that the presence of cities so whoever holds it gets +1/+1 to a random unit. The question is, do I want to try... Excuse me. Do I want to try and hold this stuff? I mean, I can see some ways this would work. Yeah, you know what? Okay. So I'm going to get a bunch of extra health for this. I'll put the tentacle down. Actually, I could have put that on a city. Okay, so... I definitely want to damage the enemy unit, so even if that means destroying some cities, that's life. It's probably more convenient if I get rid of this one. Okay, so this is going to seem like a weird one. I will put down 1 Bloodlord. And the rest of this is actually going to be Cursed Spirits in hopes of capturing the relevant cities. And I believe Okay, so nobody's going to be walking onto a mana generating tile. So with the Inexplicable Fear, they will lose one attack just by me sitting there. So I'm obviously not concerned that these units are potentially going to die to the units. Like, it might be nice for me to eat one of them and use them to like boost my Bloodlord. So yeah, like these two are as good as dead, so I might as well use the Blazing Soul. And then for added measure, we can put down another Cursed Spirit in hopes of capturing the remaining city. This one is Soul Drain, sacrifices an ally of your choice in turn to summon 3 Cursed Spirits. I mean, I think it's a pretty clear choice. And of course, this sort of reinforces, right? I can eat that to, you know, further boost my units. So, as you can see, the combinations get a little silly after a while. I am going to settle for not spending mana. It's worth remembering that if an enemy unit does hit one of my units, it does that really intense poison damage, so it is actually to my advantage to not engage. The problem is, next turn, all of these mountains are going to move, and that's going to give access to a bunch of stuff that I really don't want them to have access to. But the good news is that they're in a rough spot. I don't want to waste... I don't want to waste my points, so let's... you know what? Just do one of these. I do think there is a risk that this unit is going to get hit by the poison. This is going to get interesting. Yeah, so that's unfortunate, but... I'm gonna do a morale boost on the Bloodlord. Okay. I don't think it makes sense for me to eat the to eat this unit. I do, however, think it makes sense for me to get another Bloodlord on the table because they do get stronger each turn. So there's a finite, like, there's a finite time span for this elite guard. Like, at some point I'm going to have to eat it to, so I don't wind up wasting this unit, but I'm content. I'm content to wait. Alright. Astral projection, summon an illusion next to any ally. Sure. I don't know if one of these things are going to automatically attack, but pay tribute, add 4 attack to a unit. If it exceeds its health, you will get 15 ether. Yes, pay tribute. Strong gets stronger. Okay, I imagine that... Oh no, this is going to attack my shrine. So I'm curious if there is a way I can... Well, actually, my best bet is if I put down a cursed spirit. Because that's just going to mean that they attack this unit and there's kind of no consequence. Yes, this is fine. I'm hoping this unit attacks the illusion. I imagine it will probably attack the tentacle, though. Nice. Soothe before... No, execute will... So this basically means that this unit gets taken out before I have to deal with any problems. I don't think I'm going to spend any mana on this one. I do want to make sure that people don't walk on like tiles that are going to make them fall through the ice and die, but we seem to be okay there. So the tentacle... no, actually the tentacle should attack before this guy, so they shouldn't take damage. Now, I don't expect that we're going to beat this next turn. Well, we're darn close. If I relocate a unit, there is actually a real chance this can happen. So I'm short on ether, but let's pay for it. Okay. Pay tribute. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking about this. What I want to do in order to get all of the bonuses for finishing the turn, I'm going to want to eat a few units, but specifically I'm going to want to think about like how do I maximize the damage that's happening. So I'm reasonably certain that we'll take out the Crystal Ogre. But if I can get another 15 points on the Bloodlord, that then becomes a sure thing. Likewise, actually, you know what? This is much easier than I thought. Hang on. Kill an ally to add their attack. Okay, so we kill this one to feed this one. I almost did it the other way around, and I would have cried. Okay, there we go. So that becomes 76. We do the same thing. So I was thinking do this to the tentacle. The tentacle actually moves first, so it may waste it on the ogre. No, 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 no. Okay, so Blazing Soul. And the Cursed Spirit to the Knight. So that's 36. I want a sure thing, though. So I was originally going to deep freeze the shrine, but just to make sure that we can take out the... we can take out this unit. This should guarantee we take out these two this turn, and that means that I get the full bonus. So it turns out the villages wound up distributing things the way I wanted anyway. But the thing is, that wasn't necessarily guaranteed. Oh, okay. Oh, crap. Alright, I'm going to be short the one turn then. That's a pity. Oh, never mind. Okay, so again, I can't really pick another skill here. Negative energy is kind of tempting, but I guess the death energy was something we were trying to buy. I'm a half hour past my usual finishing time, so I don't know if I want to just try and save the... Well, I'm not going to be streaming next week, and the week after the game may be released, so let's try and tough it out. Okay, on death resurrects this unit with 1/1. I mean, that's tempting to put on the Cursed Spirit. If I go for nature, on death adds 2 health to all adjacent tiles. Or Shattered Amethyst corrupts this unit on summon and sets their stats to 2 corruption tiles. Abilities trigger twice when corrupted units are standing on them. Now I think we'll go for full death and we'll just apply that to the Cursed Spirit. Okay, well, I mean, nothing... I can buy a random scroll, but what exactly, that doesn't really serve any purpose. The Frozen Plateau. In ancient times, children would be sent to the plateau to test their resilience to the cold. Those who failed would be cast out from their clan. The Dwarf Warrior takes extra turns by slaying units. Cave Imp summons angry imps next to enchanted mountains. Yeti Magician doubles bonuses to attack and health. Crystal Ogre captures all adjacent northern cities. Okay. So I'm hoping we can use the same strategy as last time, but we did get a little bit lucky in terms of placement. Okay, so I'm going to place the shrine right in the middle again. This is mostly for the health benefits. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing with the Blood Lord. And much like before, we're actually going to put down a bunch of cursed spirits to try and capture some cities. Again, I'm not worried if they die to enemy units, just because that's going to reduce their attack. Surprise! So again, this isn't exactly a tragedy because everybody gets stronger each time they die, so... So that was a pretty good turn for us. So this thing's dead for sure. Let's get another cursed spirit. So right now I want to focus on claiming cities. Most powerful... Oh, interesting. That didn't actually take it out. Okay, against my better judgment, they're going to be able to do an attack on the shrine, but... what's my weakest? There's a bit of a problem in the sense that they're going to be getting a bonus each turn until they die. I think I'm just going to have to live with that. One thing I can do is start munching on... I can start munching on the spirits, though. Of course, everybody gets boosted. So there's a side of me that eventually wants to put down another Bloodlord, but the fact that I'm just able to like kill these units and have everything on the board get a +1 makes it really hard for me to justify taking the time to move, or to like wait 2 turns to... Oh, that was unexpected. Oh, that's right. Actually, the more I add to this unit, the more of a waste it is because of the armor. Let's double the speed rewards. Yeah, that passive is a complete pain in the ass. So So 2 cursed spirits. I will summon a Bloodlord. And I guess I'll put regeneration on the strong one, but again, I'm completely wasting time by adding 37 onto this guy. I really want to be spreading the love. So maybe what I'll start doing is munching some of the weaker cursed spirits, just so the remaining ones can swarm the enemy. Good news is we control the villages, so that's a shame, but it's like this is a perfect example of something where, you know, taking a unit and feeding it to someone would. It's like this 6 to this 4 would help. Well, I guess it's 5 now. In fact, I will do just that. Oh, for him. Did I deep freeze it, or... Nope, I, for some reason, put a well down. Alright, well, that's life. This'll resolve itself over time, right? They're gonna get poisoned, they're gonna have their 7 damage from multiple units. It's just gonna take a little longer. I'll obviously keep an eye on what people's health looks like, but let's give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. I want to surround the units if I can. That sucks. I also don't have an easy way of getting those back, so I'm going to... I was originally going to put a cursed unit here, but I'm still going to put one at the edge. Again, it's just so that if something's in danger of dying, I can eat it. Because again, a unit dying is not a bad thing. Everybody else gets a +1, which is my next... essentially, the Blazing Soul becomes just a damage transfer at this point. Okay, that's welcome. That's not so welcome. Just minimize the damage they can do. We'll pay tribute. This is really for the money at this point. So we'll put down a Cursed Spirit just to limit this unit's movement. Now, it's worth remembering that this thing, they get a second attack each unit that they kill, but I'm actually kind of happy to have them chew through my enemies a bit. And again, that's because everybody else gets a bonus to their attack. So the unfortunate feature of this is that the shrine is going to take some damage. But we're also going to have, like, we're going to have the maximum number of units doing the maximum amount of damage onto this unit when all is said and done. And obviously we're already doing the poison damage, so... Yeah, unfortunately, it's unavoidable that they're gonna be damaging the shrine. The best I can do now, I guess. Well, they're already gonna surround this unit, so honestly, we'll reduce the damage by not, like, using Inexplicable Fear. I don't see how we can get this done in time for some of the bonuses, which is a bit of a shame, but that's life. Oops. If it takes 4 more turns, then I'll just, I'll heal through the frost. But right now, being able to reduce the damage I take each turn is the better option. Playing a dangerous game, my friend. Let's do the Acid Lake here, and that's just because that's some more ticking damage. Okay, I mean, it would have been nice to get the extra experience, but the health and ether isn't so bad. Okay, nature energy is really the only one that I can get any use out of. Hello, Nearly Logical. Ecumena. Beneath Ecumena are endless dungeons, once used to shelter the wicked. Those who wanted to avoid the war against the gods found their refuge here. Torblan summons mighty heroes and surrounds itself with walls. This might be the one where you have to fight a city. Poisoned weapon is going to be a challenge. Okay. I am absolutely willing to give this up. And we will get another round. I'll take a beast. Let's try... I think I'm just going to empty this out. We don't know what's coming up next, so we'll just say it's the end of the world. Poisonous Blood. The shrine and all adjacent allies apply poison when attacked. Start each battle with 2 shrines. There isn't really an advantage to me having 2 shrines, but I will do the Poisonous Blood. Alright, I can make my Tentacle 16. Yes. So if I recall correctly, this one is a large part of this is about capturing the cities. So I'll put this one in the middle. Let's say tentacle here. All right. So one thing I'm going to want to do is actually capture cities. So it's no... Well, I was going to say it's no hardship for me to try and capture that, but they're not going to try and capture that. They're going to go after Torblan. So let's... Okay, they're already going to capture this city, so we'll put this one down here. Not quite the turn I originally had in mind, but it's gonna... there's definitely going to be some good stuff that comes out of this. So again, same deal, right? If this unit looks like it's about to die, that's fine. We just eat it. But counter to what I did last time... Actually, no, hang on. I am going to put a few suicide curse spirits after all, because it boosts everyone else when they die. So you see we're killing the attack just by virtue of having the cursed spirits in the area. Alright, that's inconvenient. I didn't realize that they'd be bumping one up behind me, but we're also in pretty good shape because the Crimson Tentacle should be able to handle them. I'll even put a cursed spirit down just to ensure I... So obviously summons are going to have to be a worry, but we're at a point now where we don't really have to fear anything that the... Sacrifice an ally of your choice to summon 3 cursed spirits. I guess this is the weakest of the cursed spirits, so... Kind of curious where the third shows up. Okay, cool. I'm a little worried about the frozen lake. And of course everybody gets stronger because now I don't think I need to worry about this unit just because everything surrounding it should already kill it. I could use Blazing Soul, but I guess the question is what would I put it on? I think I'm just going to end the turn. So this unit's going to get pulled back if this unit moves by. Consumed Soul is absolutely the one that I want here. And... I'm going to put down another Bloodlord. Just because they gain some points every turn. And you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Who gets regeneration? Super Bloodlord. So I would expect that this thing's dead before it can attack. Now that kind of helps protect Torblin, but again, it's the poison's really doing a number on it. So we should expect to win next turn. Never mind, we should win this turn. Alright, And because it is the still early access, that's the ending. Act 4 coming in the next one. This was just on easy, so, you know, I'm not going to say, I'm happy how that turned out. Obviously, we found a very good combo there, but I would like it a bit more if I can, basically if I don't rely on chance, to get a lucky combo like that, I'm gonna feel like I have a better mastery of the game. But I am kind of happy we ended that way. It's nice to end on a high note. So 9 continents destroyed, 720 points, 127 units created, 889, 4 gems crafted, 240, 160 for 4 talents learned, 6 speed reward, 675, an ethereal vault, 70, and power of the element, 60. Let's take a look at the library and see what we can get. I imagine there are a couple of the stronger ones that I was looking for. So yeah, +3, +3. You know what? Let's go for as many of these as I can. 22, 50. We're just shy of what I need there. 17 points. I'm sorry, Selphea, but I appreciate you hanging out as long as you did. Now, the thing is like, if it takes 9 turns, I'm already in a bit of a tough spot, but I do like the idea of a rescue at the end. Yeah, this was Godless. Again, thank you for Brace Yourself for the key. I quite like this game. And I believe they did say that it's going to be coming out of early access this month. Obviously, no guarantees. You know, you never know what life is going to throw at you. But one way or another, the game is very enjoyable as it is, and it is, I think, $12.90. Let me get the exact number. It is currently $12.99 Canadian, which I think is a very good price for this. Lord Gloom raised a good point sort of by asking how the auto-battler side worked, and I was a little spaced out, so if it was not clear how the game works, I apologize. I do want to play a bit more of this, so I'll probably do this the week after next. Next week I'm actually particularly busy, so I have to pick something up at a store, and then from there I need to go to a dinner because one of my old professors is in town, and I'd actually specifically like to talk to them about a couple of things which eventually will show up on stream, but in a very indirect way. I'll try and remember to mention it at the time, but it's going to take a while for it to come up. And then after that, assuming that it's still running, I'm going to sort of run for half an hour to get to the local game dev meetup. So there is absolutely no way I'm going to be able to make it to stream next Wednesday. However, the week after, I fully intend to do Godless. Like I said, I like this game quite a bit, and I'm hoping that maybe we can get a few more wins, particularly on the higher difficulties. Now this week I did say that I've been sort of the Friday streams are under review. So I don't know. I may just still follow, Cyberpunk, depending on the hour, but like the Cyberpunk streams, it really feels like the interest for those has been lost. And given the fact that on a lot of Fridays, I'm really trying my best to like rush home and get the stream ready to go. It's just one of these things where it might be that I have better things to do with the time. So I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing with that. The outside option also is Dead Space, which people seem to like on Monday. So I just keep in mind that Friday there might be a little bit more give on that. But definitely Monday and Wednesday. Monday, I'd like to get back to Old World, assuming that that starts working again. And then Wednesday is always going to be a Brace Yourself game, but we'll play it by ear as far as the other days go. Now, I noticed Outworld is still playing Fallout 3, so I'm going to first check to see if anybody's playing Godless. I am the only one who is, so let's raid the good man Outworld. He's an Australian broadcaster, partnered broadcaster, normally does Mortal Kombat, but he's actually been on a big Fallout kick. He did Fallout 1 and 2, and despite the fact that he's kind of sassing Fallout 3 a bit, but he's actually been having a good time with it. So I figured I might as well pass you along to him. I don't know if the fellow Australian dialect will be too jarring of a change for you, Selphea, but I'm just going to assume everyone on that continent knows each other. Anyways, have a lovely evening, everybody. I will see you in the next stream, hopefully Friday, but whenever it is. Have a good night. Thank you, Algrins. Revive Snow! Lovely to see you. Were you here a long time? Folks, I normally when I can, host Revive Snow, although our schedules occasionally conflict. Revive Snow is a really interesting broadcast. I believe they're a fellow Canadian, but they have a pure text-to-speech stream and VTuber avatar. It's a really unique stream and actually quite fun to watch. I originally found them through Phantom Brigade. Anyways, I've got 7 seconds before the raid, so I hope you all have a good night. Do check out Revive Snow, Selphea, Lord Gloom, and Prosciutto Fist.